Welcome to reality, baby.
Like, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom. I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company. Good question. What would you have done differently?
Jesus. Who are you in all this? $400 million killed.
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Well, that was just the beginning. That wasn't really. That was kind of the kickoff. Not really the main reason.
You and everyone else. But that's got nothing to do with preventing the revolution. Oh, well. What was, I guess. Good question.
A cold creeps up your spine, reaching its tendrils up your neck.
Shivers.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion? A complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago.
Liquidate them. Kill them all. Some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program.
The wind stops, and for a moment, there's silence.
There is peace in the heart.
Peace in the
Good
heart.
hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures. When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case, maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, man? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Why can't we get a dialogue option like him, dude? But hey, fuck you.
Understandable. Good question. What would you have done differently? And you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the Coalition took the city.
The cold runs down your spine. She gestures
A lot of
toward
shivers.
the waters.
Happily, probably.
The wind stops. There is silence on the dark water.
No, almost certainly. The Commune would have forced you. Such was the fate of the undecided.
Yeah, the +1 shivers good, dude. Just one difference in some of these is huge. I think the middle ground on these is like a massive amount of dialogue. Yeah, free schizo, man. Like, Like, we did -1 on Encyclopedia, and I feel like I don't even see it that often anymore. I don't know if I'm just not hitting the right kind of dialogue, because it usually tells you if you fail. But I feel like it also doesn't tell you if you fail some of these, and they just don't appear, instead of telling you. Unless I just happen to have all of the fucking skills that give you more dialogue, and I'm just fucking hitting them 90% of the time.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer. She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
Dios mío.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. We surrendered the nation to financier pirates. No sane person identifies as ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. I can see we're not so different, you know. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I don't care. Like, that's more it. You're a monster, I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
A fitting punishment, to be forgotten, if not forgiven. Save a prayer for us in our chateaus on Azon and in Stella Maris. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones
The
left to
potential
clean up the mess.
XP.
By virtue of their survival,
What
they were
did you
handed
decide?
enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
By, like, did you pick something there instead of saying I don't care, or what? Oh, you're saying that's what he said. Yeah, I'm just here for the XP, man. I'm a self-indulgent, driven by my own desires kind of guy. We don't have a higher purpose or code or political opinion, right? Just a base creature. Man just wants XP. He wants stats. Comfortable in this small circle of scope here. Lady's full of herself.
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
Jesus. The shivers really are just like random fucking like environment descriptions. I thought it was more like literally the fucking you were drawing like conclusions or of some sort or some kind of descriptions or some kind of opinion or anything. I don't even know, just based on like a feeling you have with the city, you know, the pulse. It's literally just like the fucking city just blabbing shit.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition.
80
Or clearing
kilometers away.
Marshmallows.
Yeah, dog shits
And
in the
not in the
street.
Stella
A
Maris or
snail.
Delta Beachheads
A
either.
snail crosses a
Not
road.
for my own sake.
You do not stop. A man does not stop. He kills the solitary snail. Yeah, they're definitely trying to. Those are just like these artsy, stylistic fucking ramblings. I wish they had a little bit more meat to them. Maybe there's some symbolism in the Shiver stuff. Seems to be. Talking about the rebuilt ease. It's cute, but I feel like you're just in it for the random style of it. Yeah.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
Perhaps.
You're no dummy yourself.
A smart boy getting smarter, one basic term of reality at a time. Yes, I suppose I am.
XP.
But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out. Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly.
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie, out in the open somewhere.
%. It's not a lot. What is this? Spread your hands.
A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay.
We're
Half
giving her the
submerged
Rorschach
in some
test here?
salty sea. Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
They're old.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate.
Primo.
Before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful.
She been listening. What is that?
The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It
Right.
is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right, what next?
You might be right.
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
And what would that be?
Disco.
I can see that, yes. I dabbled in those dark arts myself.
Disco.
Not so long ago. I
The
assure
darkness.
you, it was a thoroughly supracultural phenomenon. All permeating. Downright mandatory. Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me. The
What
new,
is a new girl?
the cultural era, and the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now,
Sounds fun. I'm straight edge.
wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there? Ah, yes. This is not very central to reality, is it?
Tell me about Guillaume.
I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease.
And I have autoerotic asphyxiation.
All of them. You can't get a venereal disease from that, can you?
But maybe he died a different way. How do you know?
I'm afraid no. But then again, one can't be entirely sure. It's all part of his
This dude
mystique.
Elvis, man.
Ask someone else and you may get a more champagne-colored take. Anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we discuss?
My conceptualization needs to become very strong, dude. Maybe we should come back to try these. I mean, I'll probably upgrade this one, but is it even worth trying with the 3%? I don't know if I'll upgrade the core. I might just want to wait till I get some
Glad to have been of assistance.
more loot.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. It's also about that, but it's also more.
Because I keep saying none of
Perhaps
the
it's the
above.
hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin, but something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
What is
It
the
is not
Kingdom
a
of
place.
Conscience?
It is a moment in time.
I like the
that can
fourth
only
wall
arise
that
in the right
this one
circumstances.
is here.
In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times. Incrementally. Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed.
Speed.
History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment. Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the future.
The
You may
future.
never live to see the kingdom of conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no excuse not to keep working. What rationality? What a fucking joke.
I like some of the... It's one of the interesting things about having high intellect and then still having some points in stuff like electrochemistry or some of the empathy things. It'll just fucking be like two boring opinions back to back. The old schizo mode definitely comes across more because of it. I think it's usually with logic. Like logic shit, and then something else is usually like flies in the face of it.
Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed? There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress. The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The kingdom of conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Sounds like I'm gonna be a fucking veggie, dude. Sounds like a bad law ending. Let's do it.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow? That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
Hell yeah, dude. Winning. We gotta level up here. We have so many thought things, though. Like, I just want to focus these down. Do that one. Kingdom of Conscience. It's probably perception. More perception would be fun, though. I don't know if I really care about, like, the Kingdom of Conscience. About really pushing some, like, random-ass political thought out of my very few I have. I'll do something more fun. Let's play along with some of those. Stabilization. Anything different to say now that we've had all
Hello
that?
again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Not really. It's impossible. I almost want to just see what he says. He could actually, like, conceptualize his artistic, what he wants to put on the wall. I mean, I've gotten a kick out of just flounders about wanting to do something on this wall. Funny to see an actual thought about it.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is.
The missing husband.
Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit.
He's right here.
Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't missing though?
Give me champagne, I'm going in.
Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher. You're an officer of law. It's time to ace this case and not brood over your reputation. We can deal with the perception management later. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class woman what you found right now.
Hell yeah, dude. Ma'am, is this your husband? He just sits around outside drinking. He did yesterday, too.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. And I specifically added that I didn't need to know. Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me? I don't follow. Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands.
Remember, about that what, never ever say what.
I'm not saying what.
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one. I did, and he is. He's also an alcoholic. No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park, or in Shamrock somewhere. Drinking. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
Uh-oh.
She sighs, but you can detect a
Here we
slight
go, man.
hint
The
of
case.
gratitude and
The
relief
actual
from her
case. It
face.
worked out. Thought we were just gonna piss her off, but a charismatic, endearing demeanor hidden beneath the pale white skin and drooping bloodshot eyes, unkept facial hair, you know. It's all there.
All right, go ahead. You have... Honestly, not that different from you.
A late stage alcoholic.
That's one way to put it, yes. No offense. I'd also add he's a little bit chubby. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is hand-sewn.
It's gonna be the body
I
or
made it
something
myself.
that I haven't checked.
It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around in this, but he refuses to change.
I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps him keep warm at night. Honestly, not that Oh, thank God, no. It hasn't come down to this yet. Well, he's slightly chubby. What else?
It's his cool jacket.
I even tried throwing it away. Well, what can you do? Yesterday morning, he went to the
Oh,
library.
yesterday morning.
He went to retrieve my book, and he promised he'd walk straight back home. Because we talked
Worked
about
better.
this.
What do you
We
mean?
talked about not wandering off again. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do with his addiction. just makes me feel weak.
Was portrait just run poorly? Might have been that way on the hardware, I don't know.
Gone for around
Got it.
36 hours then. Damn, this is a missing persons case.
Chugs. I feel like it really shouldn't. It's just a DS game, but then again, I don't know. There might be a resource you can look up to see what other people thought, like with PCSX too. Don't know though. Yeah, I don't remember having any big issues, and that was on my old computer, so possible it's a original DS thing and it's accurate, but maybe not.
She turns away from you in an attempt to recover.
So you are going to look for him? Thank you. Please do. Even though I'm sure he will return home by himself.
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer. As I said, it's probably nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just the beginning. Well, maybe he's one of the people in the home, or not the home, the whirling gig. Yeah, true enough. I am getting really hungry. No tech back from my brother. I said if I'm gonna take a little break and then continue, or what? We have a lot of stuff coming here. All in about 3 hours. Yeah, Deed looks gonna feel a little similar, I imagine. And I'm pretty sure Unspoken or whatever the fuck is also Metroidvania, isn't it? One-sided, yeah, there you go.
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100%
Chemistry,
guaranteed.
perception.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep.
You see a Samaran street vendor.
I haven't even
surrounded
actually talked to
by
this
a
guy
motley
straight up.
assemblage of goods. When he realizes the name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool.
The goods are
are
cool.
The customers are cool. The place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
You are cool.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It
The
sweeps
shivers,
into the
dude.
city, tugging at the
A dog
textiles
shits in
hanging
the street.
around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
I mean, if it's just supposed to be essentially like thoughts or not just descriptions, like you'd read in like a book of what's going around you, with a slightly symbolic kind of pretentiousness to it, then I mean not the most interesting. I mean, it's still fun, but I wouldn't put points into the shivers for sure. It's more of like a fucking novelty little joke thing.
You're very cool.
Uh-huh.
Bang, 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 bang!
You think I'm cool?
Oh, yes! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like. You like premium menswear.
Premium
Look around
menswear.
and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Persuade him to give you money.
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
Extremely cool.
No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale.
Of course, everything's
Anything you want, 50%
50% off.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
Of course.
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together.
He
What
just
do you
agree.
think?
He just
Shake
agrees
things
that.
up? Good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits, just economic freedom. Take a look around.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
What are we doing here if there are no permits?
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders. I am not, however.
He's not a cynic.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this climate would be extremely bad for business. You're part of the Gossamer State.
The Gossamer State. What is the Gossamer State?
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
Thank you. You guys protect businessmen while everyone else lives in the ruins. I can think of cooler things. You're a foreigner and protect the business. Protecting state lawlessness. I'm not an officer, I'm an officer of common anarchy. A hip, thin, almost non-existent state apparatus. I mean, these ones are almost like not answering the question, right? It's just being like purposely a joke. Unless they assume you won't pick it because of that.
Yeah, cool ruins.
Cool
I get to
ruins,
sell
yeah.
quality goods like these by cutting out the middlemen. You don't have to rebuild your house, live in a crater, or in a tree. Where can you do that? Only here.
You're pretty sure you can live in a tree elsewhere too, but he wouldn't believe it anyway.
Anything for you. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now.
All business, dude.
Revachol.
Business right here in the middle of the street.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola. Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super
Pronounce it
nice
very
of you to
painstakingly.
apologize for colonialism, but the apricot suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
You're welcome. I do try to be supportive of other people's cultures. Sounds like such a fucking disingenuous or naive fucking statement. I don't know. Why, yes, like, so, why, yes, I do think thoughts. I do read book kind of guy, I do some thinking here and there.
If you say so, officer. I don't worry too much about politics. I'm an entrepreneur, you know. Whatever's good for business is good for me.
Wait, what was the check? Was it like rhetoric?
Everything's still cool here.
I have no plus rhetoric stuff, I have minus rhetoric stuff.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Hey, you seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer? An investment? What kind of investment?
It's an investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio isn't that. Gotta prime the pump. This is like a bribe.
Fair point. You can't have a successful business without a loyal customer base. How much is your loyalty worth?
10.
10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
Thanks, bro. This guy deserves to be fucking fleeced, man. Selling this fucking crap that's sitting out here in the fucking rain for top dollar. For the free 10, dude. Didn't want to bring out the police one too easily. Like how you just believe that, dude. Gotta prime the pump, man. Like, hey, give me 10 and I'll start buying stuff from you, bro. Loyalty. If you give me 10, I'll spend 11. Well, I normally wouldn't have spent anything, right? Hey man, how you been?
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
I wish. I'll buy them all eventually, dude. I will. To min-max shit. Problem is I need to be able to actually buy the good ones. Which I can't right now. I'm not too interested in getting like +2 like shivers or some shit. I lost them. Lost what?
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Oh, were those my clothes? Is that the idea? Oh, you lost that. Okay. Yeah, it did work, dude. But I was gonna buy the clothes either way. I just got myself a big discount by him giving me money to do it. Him giving me the money doesn't mean I'm now going to buy what I wasn't before. I mean, I guess technically, if I had never had the money to buy, then yeah, it is priming the pump. Maybe we did get destroyed. Depends on how quality his goods are. The shoes seem interesting. I think they lowered my encyclopedia again, but I really don't know if I care too much. How cold is it outside? Not warmed up that much. I want to go out and grab a bite. Let's do this thing. Which I've done like 3 times now.
Let's see what's in the drawer. Hundreds of and the same material. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names. Whatever's hidden here, it appears. Remember, Leo, all items on the list have been crossed out.
Everard Claire, probably.
The special. What is so special about this? Remember, Leo, all items on the list. The drawer.
Yeah.
The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you pick up the handset.
The handset. In a way, I guess some places do that. If you shop here, you know, they'll give you like a gift card or something. But that's implying this guy has a very competitive market. I hope I have enough money to buy those shoes. Some of those are 50 though. I need the speakers too though. Wonder how much I can sell the speakers for. I wonder if they almost pay for themselves. You take them to the pawn shop. I mean, their encyclopedia and shit said they weren't worth shit, I thought, but maybe somebody would want them.
Numerous empty wine bottles glisten in the rain. Someone partied.
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. Yes.
This is the night watchman's booth.
If you must. But please.
Nothing incriminating catching. It's a black and white photo of a young couple.
Why did you take that picture of René? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure.
This is the night.
Oh, they won't let you rest there? Is it only if it's at night? You got like a pretty big boost in drugs. I'll have to make sure to come back later. Interesting. Thought that was pretty intense, like the painkillers thing. This happens in games a lot where you steal something from somebody and then they like...
A rusting marsh with a loud grind. The crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Then you ask them about it. Usually you would imagine that would end poorly, and I think it does in a lot of games, but I'd be surprised if it didn't in this. Hey man, took your photograph. Now using it to like learn a little something to then use on somebody indirectly, sure. That might be part of how you break his...
I can't see how that was worth the record.
Crane does not...
his guard. Yeah, I was just lying on the ground. I just, you know, I came across it. Somebody must have stolen it. I just came across it. I mean, that would work if you look like an upstanding policeman, but... like I saw some fucking punk running around with it or something, right?
Before you stands...
Is this like your thing with that wall again? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? There may very well be. We are not here to interact with
No reply. You attempt to turn to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Erratic yet thorough, been in the world for 2 days. Really? That gives you a better chance at opening it? They must really want you to open it or something. Let's give it some time. I need rhetoric fucking clothing, dude. I look like hell, man. We could try that one again in a bit. Sorry, I've not been the best conversationalist today, or not been probably analyzing the game a whole lot, or whatever the fuck. That's really sounds really pretty bad. I analyzed well, but you know, try to dig in, I guess is a better way to put it. Kind of just enjoying, kind of rolling. Typical reacting bullshit. Wet towel reacting though. Not the good kind. Part of it's just the fucking space and from fucking having the fucking bad allergies this morning, man. Just made me kind of fucking like, dead. Alright, let's have this conversation again.
The lyrics, the accent.
Container, used to be ever. I see you are not a union man, mister. I mean, just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean. Oh yes, people say...
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes,
The containers, it's like some red infection was spreading outward.
Yes, they are hiding it.
No, not really. Mr. Everett... Oh, no trouble at all, mister. Oh, we're on a strike.
So, no...
Not, but Titus and his boys got into some drunk... Oh, him and his boys stirred up something in town. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. Well, that's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Okay, Leo, thanks, man.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
Better to go with the flow.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started another fight with anyone after this. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everard. I'm sure you'll be good friends.
Sure, pal.
He's friends with everyone around. Oh, most of the guys were honest.
So no one?
Not, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank. I guess the...
Easy, Leo.
Look at him. It's not gonna be anything too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched
he's just
to a
going
prized
off talking
fishing
about
rod
whatever.
he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. I'm like Mr. Everett's... Actually...
Who is this?
A real...
we've seen this before. Just not all the bits of it.
Around here, and I'm always busy
It's
keeping
slightly
things
different.
running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh, Lizzie.
He respects that word.
But she's a... If me miss... Doctor, like...
So Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Buford. Interesting.
Yes.
Well, thanks. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how... Oh, yes, yes. Oh, yes. It's very...
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogs.
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. Oh, the whirling's cook. Oh, sure, mister.
Special borscht.
You do that. Yes, sir. Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of
Told you.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and... Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. Bye-bye now.
Alright, let's go talk to Everett. Although it could end poorly for us if we get too crazy. He's the boss of the union. I think we talked to this guy. That would give us a lot of info and a lot of shit. I'll go try some white checks, maybe. And then, I mean, I don't really have much else, so we'd have to go talk to the people in the diner. But I think it'd be smarter to actually go do the body at that point. Like, this is probably part of all that, but those guys are, like, actual suspects. I feel like if I want to have a successful conversation with them, I should probably not. Oh, wait, I'll do the special borscht thing first. Maybe talk to Rene. There's a few things we'll do first. Not an ass. The big man, yeah, he looked real nice, dude.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you.
Looks like a friendly guy,
With great
too.
effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two
Dubois.
to stop by. Please, have a
Is his
seat.
name Harry Dubois, or is the Harry part supposed to be making fun of him even within his own mind?
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, Let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out.
I don't say it's kind of my thing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
You're no Titan of Elysium, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois.
I'll
I can
sit
see
down
that
for
you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
He's pretty much just making you do something to try to make you feel either smaller to go along with what he wants, right? Damn, this chair's uncomfortable. Try to wink back.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world.
The pain threshold.
It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
The comically large check. I feel like he's probably taking photos right now. You take that comically large check and shove it up your ass.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then.
I mean, I'd use it, but I feel like I'll be alright.
Now, I'd like to set your mind
I'll
at
just bribe
ease
random
about one
people
other
with
matter,
no power
your
instead.
lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but the world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
Are you all right, Harry? You say you got this, but you seem a little anxious to me. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now,
The chair,
pointing it
dude.
into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun. And
Maybe we should come back to this guy later, man.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I...
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
Oh yeah, man, I'm fucking great.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're...
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening.
Convince the container to open.
You should at least.
Am I going to ask? Hell, Harry. You spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window.
Spin kicked him.
Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard? Don't worry, Harry. Between you and me, I'm not a huge fan of his race thing, but the Union did not get where we are today by frowning on eccentricity. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Of course, let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Drama very high. Read shipping folders for.
It's Harry. Harry Dubois. And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you? Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
Because we had the sorry bit earlier.
Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man. Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
+1, Kim suspects something.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man, so is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean...
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
Are we door-opening machines?
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Or...
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry? Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
For now.
Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse, we won't be able... Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can always come back to me. I really hope you do.
Yes, we both understand what you meant.
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.
We'll see, man.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along.
My brother would text me back. Might go heat up some mashed potatoes so we just keep rolling on the game.
One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Just pals.
Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy. What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry, I have little people in my organization.
You called him a midget.
I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
It's so slimy, man.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
Yeah, he's definitely a love to hate him, man. They make him big, flat, ugly. He's got all the typical, you know, he's got that like mobster thing going on where he's talking around and stuff, you know. Like, clearly he's trying to either bribe you, threaten you, make you uncomfortable, and look small so you go along with him, but he never obviously says it. Yeah, I'm at 1 health and 1 fucking mental fucking fortitude right now. This chair must be insanely uncomfortable. I was just like waiting for him to have pictures or something.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven. and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction.
Yes, yes. Low-balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Of course, Harry. Let me
Of
just
course,
assure
Harry.
you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret.
I like how he pretty much means the opposite. You pretty much just take everything he says and it's probably the opposite.
Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everard doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage. Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Harry, I was only trying to be tactful. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
Task complete. Track down your gun.
I assure you, we are working on locating the missing sidearm as well.
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it is unfortunate, if inevitable, and doesn't put the RCM in a good light.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
Your shady brew.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here. You're one of us now. A real red and white Union man.
Where you going, dude? Well, can you still do the gun quest? So we make that one easier all of a sudden? Is that gonna be like a silly thing? I almost feel like I shouldn't even have went in here, but one of those deals that you might not even be able to get it. Without doing this part. Should I reload to like... Can I like not find the gun anymore? Is that like an interesting quest line? It marked it as done now. After talking to him about it. I just wonder if it'd be more interesting to... if anybody happens to know. Move on. Without... You can do the reconsider option, but this is to find your gun. Which was like a separate deal. He's asking... the reconsider is to talk about the murder with him. But the gun was a separate thing, supposedly. But the gun's like unmarked now. An option. Okay. I see. So it's just if you want the gun. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to like have it use as blackmail against me. I thought it'd be cool if there was a way to like find the gun without agreeing with him if you're just thorough enough. I mean, I'm fine not getting it. That must be why it's marked off then. You just can't get it anymore. Like it's the only way. Just talking with him essentially. Shame. It's like you want to do a one-up on the guy, but I don't know if this is the kind of story where you're one-upping anybody, man. Because we're playing pretty much a big fuck. See the... Oh, nice. I was waiting for the crash at some point. There's the first one. I don't know if it's saved after talking to him. I don't think I'm getting a response from my brother, so I might heat up some food. Let me get caught back up to where I was. I'll do that. $10 though here. I could go out and get some food. That would be a bigger break though. Oh, looks like it's pretty far back. Lovely. Lovely crashing. Yeah. Pretty much. Wonder if I should just not bring up the gun this time. Must be a long conversation, man. Did it save this at least?
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get... No trouble at all, mister. No trouble.
Track down your gun still there. I feel like we should get some info, like we should get some ammo to go in on this guy. I think we actually will, because this is pretty much story, right? I'm thinking this time I'm actually just, since, I mean, I'm pretty much just reloaded anyways, like, do stuff. I think I want to do for food. I don't want to just like keep putting it off, and I'll just be fucking starving at some point. If I went out and got food, it would be like a 20, 30-minute thing. If I heated up shit here, it wouldn't be long.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
I want to open this. No, I think that'd be really fun. I should probably wait. I think we might actually do some story. I mean, we've probably technically been doing some story, but we're gonna go check the body, I think. Because I feel like we're gonna miss out on interesting possibilities in dialogue, because I'm coming in pretty much fucking raw. Uncocked. Either way, I'm gonna take a piss. I'll think about it as we go. My brother apparently can't answer me. Back in a minute. Just cooked up something real quick. Didn't spend the time to make the egg or anything. Trying out double cheese instead on me breakfast. We can keep rolling. Kind of lax on the streams monthly, or at least the way I'd like to. So. Get in a few more hours of this today. Sit and listen to music.
The already familiar cold
Sounds of the game, I mean. Ooh, that's hot. Did you guys accept his check? Comically large check. I guess I have to redo it. We'll see if I change my mind, but I know. Whew. Heated up out. Sausage for a little too long. Fucking rock hard. Oh, damn. Might have done it. I'm all for taking stuff from somebody and then fucking them in the ass if they're shitty. I just double fucked them, but the problem is I think maybe they could use it against you. Would be bad in the long run. Alright, better me a bit. I haven't really eaten in 9 hours. Little snack. You distracted playing. I didn't have the potatoes I thought I had. Did my brother cook them, or I actually ate them and I didn't notice? Months ago. I have these instant sweet potato ones, but man, they suck. I did not like them. Might resort to it though. While the double cheese was interesting, I don't think a breakfast sandwich is a breakfast sandwich unless you got an egg on it. That's just kind of how it is, man. But it went down. Bagel meat. Cheese, you can't fuck it up too much. I guess an egg wouldn't have took a while. The problem is more the cleanup. Not to kind of leave a dish set. I would clean it right afterwards. An extra minute or two. Already took up enough time. Alright.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing.
Yeah, I saw. Nice job, Ripper. Right to work. Right to work.
The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hair. Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
I can't wait for Arceus, dude. It's gonna be a special. It's shooting me some screenshots. I'm just gonna kick out of it. I'll link it to you guys.
Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city
Now, Lake Hylia
shivers
looks better
around
than
you.
that artistically. In art direction.
Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinez, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky. Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs. Cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction. A defunct research and development building, once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
The world. At least we got a zoom out here.
Coal City, end of all lines. The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there? No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinez every day. Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance. The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
After the shivers, I'm gonna take another release. Ass breath that we have.
Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within, and
the music right now would be awesome, but
shadow.
this is one thing I wrote down in the notes is, while the music's great, it is criminally undermixed, man. Like, if they're going for the artsy, extremely, descriptive, almost, symbolic of, them trying to, like, put a mirror on, like, what's happening in the world by describing what's going on in, like, an artsy way. Like, having the music blaring in the background would actually be good, but it's, like, muted and you can barely hear it. It's a strong soundtrack, but yeah, that was one of the things I've written down earlier. When I was brain was actually thinking, I still feel like it's the case. I mean, having no soundtrack or minimal sounds is one thing, but this has a soundtrack. You can hear it right now, and they choose to have it be quiet. Yeah, it could be one of those things where they mix the music lower because the voice acting's there. It's not ducking or anything. It's not just lowering when the voices are on, because it would be loud right now. But even that, man, like, it really should be louder either way.
La Drusienne, King Dri's passenger harbor. Cruise ships flanked by dock arms. Cranes watching over the mouth of the river distributary. Couronne, the lower middle class. Distributary after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail off into the rain.
Some of this is interesting, but it's definitely not all sticking.
A silvery curtain of rain over the houses. The class.
Well, it's nice to paint like a bigger picture of where they are and what they're doing. But at the end of the day, a single shot would do more than all of this description, right? Just let me see the horizon, right? Have the music blaring. He could even, put his hands through his hair like we saw, right? Like some of this would be better visualized, described.
You have never
call it style.
They don't need the law east of the river. Capeside apartments, tower blocks crowd one another.
Seeing a little bit of it. I mean, I get that's a lot more budget, but like
still lodged in their war-torn stone wall.
Even just a single shot of the horizon probably wouldn't hurt. Maybe you do get them later, I don't know.
Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. The news at noon. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man's feet. He swings from a tree, bloated. Droplets of rain slip from his cold cheeks.
Well, that's cute that they still recognize the guy's just been sitting there.
A traffic jam.
Motherfucker.
Rain throbbing on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their
what kind of motherfucker he's putting out, right? You can say motherfucker in a lot of different ways to mean a lot of different things.
The canal bridge has been raised. The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns.
This kind of like imaginary panning shot of like everything going around really would go fast with like music if you imagined it in actual motion. So I think it's just funny you can barely hear the music.
Revachol is the capital of the world. Jamrock is the capital of Revachol. Droplets form on your eyelashes. It's home.
Where the hood, where the hood, where the... It's like sucking song. It might be the voice acting. I mean, there's some right now, but it's very quiet. And I've turned it up artificially, I'm pretty sure. Might turn it up some more. Yeah, like I've already cranked it. Fair chunk.
To be in Martinaise, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town. In the shadow of the day, the revolution fell. Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Have a brother in a cat. Where the wood at?
It's like, bro, this is the second time we've heard a voice like that. Is that like his girl or like a kid or what?
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck? I get like a single extra point in shivers with this fucking jacket, and we're going apeshit on this. I don't know if you want to call it some kind of pretentious fucking journey through the countryside, or just a very descriptive and a setting of the scene. This might be forced. It seems kind of big to just have it be a side thing that popped up. Yeah. So far, Inland Empire's actually just been kind of like, when they say imagination, it's not really supernatural or weird, except the tie. It's just like, he's just kind of thinking up possible things. Unless it's in an actual supernatural situation like that one building, but it's been surprisingly more tame, which is good. I would say electrochemistry has been the most annoying. It's very one note. As it would be, it makes sense, but it pops up a lot for how one note it is. It's neat when it's used with people or like physical stuff. But when it's just like, hey, here's a, you know, some topic about something, drugs, and then booze, and like that's, I mean, that's kind of like, it probably doesn't need to chime in as much as it does. This one I don't mind. It's different enough. I enjoy the novelty of it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really add a whole lot of like meaty shit. I don't think the atmosphere is in line with this kind of description, right? It's almost like cinematic feeling, like description of what's going on, right? Like it should be a pan or something with music and all that. To just have it chime in random conversations while you're sitting there, like, it feels, I don't know, in a way kind of like forced in. It doesn't, I don't know what the goal is. I don't hate it, it's more dialogue and it's interesting, but I don't know, I definitely say electrochemistry's been the most annoying. And I don't think I would like go into Shivers. Unless you get some crazy shit at Max Shivers, definitely not one I'd want to like put points into.
Coalition era statics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
Because at least you get a little something from Shivers. That's different. You do get like a bit of like visual descriptions of stuff. Or electrochemistry, it's like, we already know our guy's a fucking addict or whatever. They make it pretty clear in the main story that he's struggling with that. The electrochemistry bits don't really...
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Yeah, the big man is pretty much throwing an attack at us, man. So I like to go into some ammo on him. Other people, it's like, you might have some stuff you could do before, you might not, so... Not a big deal. It'd be really interesting to see like a list of all the checks that happen. Why does the UI feel louder now? Really, that doesn't count as music. Threaten people. Maybe I should put on Half-Light for now, actually. I hate that I always do this. I always throw my glasses in a cloth like almost beyond arm's reach. It's always a pain in the ass grabbing it. Monica's titties are big. Okay.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. The man says a couple of sentences in that straight. I'm pretty sure he asked you. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Mercury rising.
Horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Vodka borscht! I love it, Bratan! Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself.
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Turn your fingers counterclockwise. Turn it down.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak. The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again. He looks up at you. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. He smiles. It's almost like music. You see a heavy stool, the cobalt. It leads to a side.
Oh my god, I'm gonna put less fucking vodka in it. For whatever the reason that is. I could have him drink more though, and then maybe they'd reveal stuff. But they are rowdy, so I don't know. Maybe I should talk to them first. Let's check the body. There is no thing that's probably going to be tied behind the body being checked. Because it depends what we want to ask them, right? Like, we'll go in there, ask some questions after we check the body, or whatever the body might lead to on the side that I feel like isn't going to have consequence. And then maybe go back in and see whether I want to have more vodka in the borscht or less. Like, yeah, it might get more rowdy, but it might get more revealing. Alright, body chats. Somebody up there, dude. Is that girl? One smoking. Visual calculus. Conceptualization. These are things we'll probably want here.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Don't have any perception shit. Oh, really?
There are several
Oop,
footprints
beat me
in the
to
mud,
it.
left by work boots. Anywhere
Thanks,
from
boss.
6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Heavy workers' boots
6
with
to 12
reinforced
pairs.
toes and hobnails all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear? Maybe more than 12. No. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46. You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them. 5. Another standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. 6. An aberration. Light as air. Even pace. Same make of boot, but number 41. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it.
I'm glad that the visual calculus is high so we can actually have competence in some way. Like, how does he keep his job, right? Like, there has to be some kind of answer other than they just don't have anybody else, or like, you can't get fired from the job for some fucking weird seniority reason. Like, him actually having some competencies is nice. I guess you're only gonna give it like visual calculus and shit.
7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms.
Well, that would probably be who was carrying the body.
8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20.
Oh.
I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? 200? Could it be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Okay. I put that in pounds. Yeah, there's no way that's the person. Even Motorhead or whatever the hell is not 400 fucking plus pounds.
Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between two men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see? A woman? Or a kid? Understood. Anything else? Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer? No, it's not. Forget I said it. We are not looking for a drummer. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? Mm-hmm. A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
Right.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Ravachol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
A woman? Or a kid? Okay. How do you know?
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
Understood. Anything else? A woman? Or... okay.
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
Understood. Anything else? A woman? Or a kid? Understood. Anything else? 200.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is...
possibly.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. You have a point there. Anyway, it's something to consider. What else can you see? What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree.
Wouldn't that be like so
One of them
obvious
was carrying
though?
the victim.
But that's the thing
They
is
should
like
follow
maybe
up,
this story's not
especially in
going
the
for a surprising, unobvious, you know, killing. It might just be obvious and it's how it plays out. No, I've enjoyed it so far. I could see it being boring to people for sure. It's a slow burn, and if you don't like the style or the humor or something, that's like a lot of the appeal. But I've enjoyed it. I've pretty much just been doing side stuff until just now. Although some of that side stuff I think is actually main stuff you could do out of order. Your no nap challenge? Oh no. Oh, enjoy your nap, man. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I don't think it's universally entertaining though, for sure. I could definitely see people not having fun with it. But the novelty of it and just being written pretty well in general is nice.
Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Version's all voice too, which is cool.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. This is easy.
It's easy, but
the lieutenant's eyes narrow. He's thinking to himself.
Either way. What else?
Alright. This kid wanna get the fuck out of here? Trying to figure out who this person is probably a nice stop.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still. Well, it is a container. Maybe you're prioritizing it.
Trash? Food waste from the cafeteria? They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too. We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
It's better than the pry bar idea. Come on. Guess we could ask him.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long...
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
What an idiot. Get him right in the dick. Kuno, what do you got, dude?
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it.
You ugly
He's
shit.
almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Like a gremlin. They ruined him? Oh, did he not have a voice before?
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno.
Oh, he used to have a fucking horrible VA? I'll have to look it up when we're done with him. I don't want to accidentally hear his lines and get spoiled. case he's got some longer reaching thing.
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
I like how his already looks like some crazy anime villain or some shit. But then his in-game model, he just looks like some dopey fucking like stretched out taffy of a fucking kid.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous, you should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about. I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Yeah, Kuno, ride the lightning, Kuno!
Kuno's riding it, see?
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
What in the fuck?
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces. You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no.
I feel like there's so many of these that have kids, and although I don't know that if I said that, they'd like go crazy.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you
Play
got.
it,
What
play
you
it
got
cool.
there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got. Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
He just screamed at Top looking.
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
Looks like you're a faggoty now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic situations.
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City.
Night
Kuno was
City.
in fucking Night City.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
There's your reference.
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off the list.
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone. You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Kuno doesn't do that smart shit. Don't throw that bullshit at Kuno. Kuno knows you're lying. Trying to get Kuno hooked on the book.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs it in, Kuno! Somebody, please!
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just
shut him
appeal to
down.
his
This would
reason.
be funny. His reason.
Fucking logical. Help! The logical pig is fiddling Kuno. Help! Misters, help! He's flashing Kuno. He's showing his genitals. If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late. No! Get off Kuno, you sick fat fuck!
The nearly psychopathic way they could slip in and out of the act implies you're not the first victim.
No one? Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
This is where Kuno establishes dominance over you. Change your plan. You can't let that happen. It will make things harder down the line.
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno can't speak!
You put him up to this yourself when you decided to talk to him in the first place.
Listen to your friend.
Kim, did you do this? I don't want this kid to get his way here. There's probably a way you can do it. Maybe I could put on the fucking physical instrument. That would be funny as fuck if you just like knocked him out. I kind of want to see that option too. Should investigate the body and stuff.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
I don't know if we got any other endurance stuff. Doesn't look like it.
There he still is, looking. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it.
Thanks, Kim.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell.
He's hangover the day later.
If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Getting the tutorial right now. I'll leave this kid to his business, Mom. 20 hours to get in the tutorial, yeah. What can I say? At least it was intuitive, so not a big deal. Where is that one girl? The salts. She's supposed to have a greenhouse thing going on, so she might be in the back. I also want to break down the that wall or whatever. I needed some efficiency or some weird shit. Maybe she's this chick in here? I don't think so. Is this even that chick at all?
Let me handle this.
No, it is.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are?
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
Yes, extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her. Could this be the Miss Beaufort that Easy Leo mentioned? The one Mr. Everard sent
Most
to law
likely.
school?
Oh, really? On your first talk with her? Yeah, I mean, she seems suspicious, but I don't think I was pushing every little thing.
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy. No. Talk to Titus. Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
Yeah, could I have some ammonia? Is that why? Is it you ask her for ammonia and she can't, like, do it? Is that how you, like, catch her? Because I don't remember seeing a way otherwise. It must be.
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
What are these? Financial buffer zone. Don't get mad. It's cool and funny. It just pisses her off.
Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If
Goddamn
anything,
right.
it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress. I suggest not wasting time on... You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
This is what I studied law for? It's like random questions. Oh, we're not gonna hit them up quite
Can
yet.
I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling and Rag.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Was he on?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Callous? What are you? Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash.
Oh, a trophy. Biggest communism builder. Play critical theory. Really get Kim to trust you. In the political center. Those laughable centrists. That seems pretty pro-communism when you look through the trophies, huh? 7 deranged superstar lines. Baddest hustler in the neoliberal hood. They might all be pulling, or joking about each of the things. Biggest communism builder. That probably sounds, that's pretty, poking fun at it too, I guess. Apologize 10 times. Figurine. Traditionalist. Say 7 incredibly boring things. You're the law 7 times. Interesting. Warn them of the end. Bang up 5 inanimate objects. Hit an all-time low. The people tend to get on Kim's good side. Honor point. Hardcore mode. Solve the case without even inspecting the body. Okay, you can't do that. But you'd miss out some dialogue, though.
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of science.
No one was implying you were, officer. Where were we?
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Yes. Yeah, so much for the bath salts on that, huh? I guess we could buy some from here. At the end of the day, we're here to not piss Kim off and to solve the case. When whatever these people think of me, I could really give 2 shits, but our guy's having an issue, so while that's what I would want to do, I don't think we're going to be able to push that onto our guys. Our guy here.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for
the
raincoat. What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Rigorous self.
Here you go.
Might as well. I think we needed endurance for something earlier.
rigorous self-critique.
Finished it. Oh, didn't read it. Bonuses from the thought. Learning cap. If pain threshold goes up. Hit inside. Red check failures heal you. Fizz and check. Oh, that's just Elysium. That's not exactly what I'd want, but it works.
The tear machine. Your bottles clunk.
According to the game, I'm a communist now.
A small cabinet on the
They
wall
got
is
me.
filled with their logo is the bloodless rose.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a
Our
really
hat
good
looks like a
painkiller.
jester's hat.
Magnesium is a dietary supplement. I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising. Uh-huh. Saint Baptiste, you know, the pharmaceuticals company. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals, the one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from...
Yeah,
There's
there's like an
ammonia.
ampule somewhere. Okay, don't, like, overdo it or something.
Thanks. I have money.
Welcome
A
to
little
Frit.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got,
Two
like,
ladies kissing.
famous people in it. It's not for sale.
I prove this. Very futuristic.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra tea makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational...
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
I'm like kissing Kim right now.
Okay. I don't know, really long. Uh-huh.
I feel like I'm not gonna get Kim's trust, man. I went out of my way to make sure that he kept his plates, man. I've been cool to him. I don't know if Kim's gonna love us though. I've tried, but I'm also fucking insano. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a small break. Quick bite, very small, and then I need to open the door too, so. That might have helped too. But I think the hubcap thing saved us from him at least not liking us. Or from hating us completely. Although you can solve the case without even looking at the body, which is funny. I mean, we probably could have done that, but we want to see the body, right? Big part of the game. At the end of the day, I shouldn't even check achievements. Who cares? Now that I know there's a tally for him, that like influences me a bit. At the end of the day, I just do what I want. I thought it was funny. I would still like to not check the body, but now that I know you can actually do that, I don't actually care as much. Anyways, I'll be right back. On the other hand, though, too, have this being some generic guys on the bat down on his luck. He's a shitty dude, and then he magically becomes a great guy. By the end of the story, because the player's controlling him, is kind of eh. Not having it be so hunky-dory might be the best call. I'm just gonna do whatever. Need to not be influenced by traditional go for the good guy shit game design. Or I might miss something interesting. I mean, I'm still gonna generally pick that kind of crap, but I'm not gonna let the points and all that be obsessive or get obsessive over them. Sorry, that was spicy.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. Because Friesel was incompetent. To your disappointment, after all, the magazine is divided, but only 4 issues. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian,
what do you expect?
You flip back to the front of this section. You all face. You flip back to the front of the magazine. It takes why it if as you leave the tip-top tournée is and this so-called artist spotlight is really just you think. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of tip-top. Where to even start? So, all of it, based oddly in, there's no way. Have you ever more than that? Undercap, thus, and that at the end of the day, it's the sure, you That's because you...
Ah, come on. Can this article read your mind? A certain kind of young man reads 1 or 2 books and suddenly thinks he understands the secret structures of reality.
If I agree with any standpoints on anything, it tends to be Kim, man. He's a very good straight man. I think he's just appealing to a lot of people. He's kind of like no bullshit. Not getting too caught up in being too extreme with any ideologies or anything.
If I had to wait,
I mean, maybe he
I
does
would
have
say
something
they've
like going
never
on,
even
but
seen the inside
he
of a
seems
motor,
pretty reasonable.
much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
But he's still got like a sack and all that, or backbone.
You flip back to the front of the mag. Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the... You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First, we take Martinez. Then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
For not paying their rent. Yeah, I mean that's what I enjoy. This is they'll act pro something and then turn around and take a dump on it. Maybe I'm just not drawing anything big. Maybe they got a big message by the end. Maybe they don't give a fuck. I don't think everything needs to have some hardwired thing just making you think about shit. Fine too. I mean, it's entertaining at the end of the day, no matter what. Better for everyone if labor and capital could reach some reasonable accommodation.
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of... You flip back to the front of the magazine.
There it was. What about the giant ham sandwich?
The ham sandwich looks fresh and nutritious in your hand, begging to be eaten.
I like the stand back, everyone.
The 15th Indo tribe.
I'm gonna eat this fucking sandwich.
There was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding
10 cents for every green orb.
stealing clothes of clotheslines, and some...
Green orb. Oh. Can I get that retroactively paid out to me, please? It's a little late on that one. I mean, I guess I'll still get some money. And you get XP for every orb one? What? That would have been nice to have already. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to get it already. This is my best I can do, but still. Like, if I'm checking every little thing, I don't actually have as much to check down the line. Game.
There he still is, looking right.
My endurance is not very high.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
I get XP for clicking those now.
This trash container is locked. With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. There is, but you won't like it. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
Gross.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar.
Familiar. How so?
A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer.
Nice. Let's hope, his effects are in there still, but
Guitar
probably
mark
not.
blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
Don't confront him.
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
The kids talking. If you bring up kids, they do something, but they still do something even without that.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes. Written in a man's handwriting.
A man.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street green on it. You've even got an autopsy form.
Kid.
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
I don't know. I'm boring.
Boring. Try dangerous. You should do a thorough inventory of that. Be sure some has not fallen into the hands of the RCM's enemies, organized crime, or worse.
I don't take those.
Official notes sometimes contain informants' names, even undercover operatives. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory.
We're gonna
select
like
the
fucking
interact
write
tab to
notes
read
on
your
this
paperwork.
soggy pile, man.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the Yellow Man frolicking in saffron, only in its social sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Kim, I'm just selling it, man. Kim hate me
That's
for
one
that.
thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Please, Kim.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? No, oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
I'm gonna use this as an example of what not to do. Political capital? Clout, baby. Some virtue signaling. Can't anyone laugh anymore?
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work. Just finish
They're all
your
pretty
case,
funny.
detective. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Urinal.
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for spelling it out for us. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Leave it there, it's cool.
Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil.
How the hell did this survive that dump, man? They're talking about like slime and sewage in there.
The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't he say something about the headlights of his motor carriage? That you can read these there?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved. How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. Yes, RCM vehicles have had lights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermarks.
Nice. Let's go check it out.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clip, they're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs.
Actually used it.
Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count.
Jesus, how many files did he throw? Wow.
Earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases, undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
It's quite a bit.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. That's okay. We all do, sooner or later.
Do you like me more now, Kim? Do you understand
Like
me?
a fan of girls, the
This is good that we check this now. We're getting a little bit more.
The handwriting is extremely
back,
dense, if mostly illegible. Yes, it appears you employ a
how he
robust
worked.
yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied
Makes him
by
seem like more of a understandable or relatable in a way, I suppose. He's competent or he's overworked in a way, so there's like more rounded reasons he maybe is the way he is. I mean, obviously that's not enough. He's a lot more going on than that, but it's not just they just drop this dude in here and he's just fucking nuts up. Although I like that too. I'm gonna get you to want to like round him more, explain him more.
a title, one might say even. One
He
that
had to
draws
work
inspiration
before this,
from
right?
Snoop fiction and Vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolved. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
Seem to have named a case the Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head.
The man with
that
the
was
hole
a
in
real
his
person.
head.
His death was real. Still, I named it that to amuse myself.
Holy fucking based Kim, dude. It's a real person. His death was real. But he named it that just to amuse himself. We're not so different, Kim.
I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
Good guy, Kim, dude.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event. The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large-caliber bullets on an ammo belt. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them. Absolutely motionless at first, then animated slowly, imperceptibly even. The lieutenant begins to browse
He doesn't want to let me out.
again, leaving onto the paper with a brash free hand, uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body.
The pen I pawned? Oh, I could have used the pen. Jesus, is there even any point pawning anything except the fucking, the fucking postcards?
Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
I wonder if having it in pen or having it in pencil matters. I mean, the thing is with pencils, you can erase it, and somebody could put something else in there, but I mean, that's kind of useful. It's not like this needs to be in permanent, if it's more just for him.
No, actually. Any ideas?
Shit on a stick. The Hanged Man. The Furies are at home in the mirror. Let's just go simple, baby.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
he likes it, I guess. Man.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. In the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the
I mean, technically, I still haven't actually inspected the corpse, right?
It's easy enough to make sense of.
I don't know if it means coming in here or if it means actually, like, doing that check. I imagine it means doing that check, but wouldn't that be very common to not have happen? Because you need, like, quite a bit of skill. Maybe there's, like, more bonuses you can retry it with?
You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Some of these get +1s, which I guess resets them every day.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. But they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form, waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have... It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM, blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it.
The blue heart.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
How would I open
With your
it?
hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience.
Need interfacing.
This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat. The stuff of death itself.
Then I have some interfacing here. There's interfacing and something else. I guess you don't want to sell shit, man. Except postcards, that's like the only safe thing to sell. I wouldn't have sold any of it, but I didn't realize you'd give me 60. Alright, what do we got?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41. Then, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. Why, yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. I got nothing here either. Logic really isn't the best faculty to have this conversation with. But it's the one you got. So sorry.
You read the buoy, is that what it was or whatever?
Yeah. We're staying out of this business for now. HDB is bad news from yesteryear. It's shit, honcho. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start?
Oh god. This'll take some serious time then, huh?
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
But
that's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body
sequence
showed
killer.
up. Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
The square gun, it does just like eat 30 minutes, huh?
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. Is not what you end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide it open, but nothing happens. The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages run.
I want to open it. I'm gonna fucking upgrade interfacing, man. It gets used too much. Oh, I can do it right now. Would I rather get another perk going? I'd rather get another perk. Oh. You can't go back. Okay. Upgraded interfacing.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps. And
Whoa.
the engine of the caprice enabler comes to life with a whiny growl. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. You count 216 perforations.
Okay, morale.
Considering that nice, large number, a wave of pride washes over you. Though you can't say why, precisely. The last row has 3 perforations. That's it. The rectangular watermark
Is it the amount of like cases he's taken on, but then the amount that he's actually solved or something?
They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry. In the middle of a broken plaza, in a cone of light, barely visible in the daytime, 2 men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
That's Kim.
Ah, Martinez. Let me see. Right here.
Seems like a shithole.
No, it does not.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with...
Let me see. Right here. It has its problems.
Shithole.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
Alpha male.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Got drunk like a megastar. The end.
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Do you think I have any idea?
Fair point. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your
Probably
number
nothing
of
special.
closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see, wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills.
Oh, confirmed kills.
You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some
Our
kind
guy,
of
surprisingly, they actually wrote our guy
If
to be
they
a
do
kind of a
happen to solve a
badass
case,
in
it's
his
usually
past
by
career.
accident.
I don't know if that makes him more interesting or more typical. More interesting, and then how does this guy get to this point of like insanity and just being downtrodden when he used to be that hard? And that could be the reason, right? Is he's just seen like way too much, and depending on his personal stuff at home, right? Maybe he's one of those like cops you see in like every other, you know, the Rust Cole type of thing, where they just get overly immersed in their work and sacrifice everything else. I mean, it could be that, and then he's just burnt out. Who knows? In some ways, it's kind of more tropey or stereotypical, but in other ways, it kind of adds stuff. It depends on what they do with it. I like that we're getting something at the end of the day, though.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Everyone has their own method of coping, some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
The gloves, dude. That's cute that he fucking goes for that. I'm just walking around with these fucking yellow gloves on.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Louis means it, okay.
Yes.
The lieutenant nods.
Have I stretched lately? I got up like 15 minutes ago. Stretch though? Like had a full stretch session? No. I mean, I did this a few times. Does that count? I should stretch more. I'm a very unflexible person. It was 11 hours? Yeah, we've been on for a while. But no, I've gotten up quite a few times. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, Fasta. Is in one way, it was kind of cool that he was like this completely just unique, way out there, just fucked, wacky guy. And then I expected them to reveal something, but I expected it to be more that he just kind of always sucked, maybe. And the world was just so shit that somebody even that bad, and they know it and feel horrible about it, still can be a cop. But you'd have to paint a very fucking crazy world. In this, it's like he still is like, you know, he was a good cop. And I like it. It makes it interesting, but yeah. In some ways, it's more tropey. Because now I'm looking at him like, you know, this is a respectable guy. Who, has really fallen off the cliff, essentially. Or seemingly respectable. I have multiple saves, so probably. Or just like remake the file.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Should be able to have multiple. Okay, thank you, Cora. Somebody looking out for me. Statistics: Sorry Cop, Superstar Cop, Boring Cop, Apocalypse Cop, Communist, Fascist, Ultra-Liberal, Moralist. I'm kind of just like in the middle, really. I got a little bit extra Communist. Good Cop, Bad Cop, Honor. Cases solved. No kill. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I tend to get up a lot. And I don't really sit in my chair, well, unless I'm playing FF14, with much pressure on any body part, because I'm in a recliner. I move around a lot, and I think that probably helped a bit. It's probably just on my lower back there's any pressure, really. That's good, too. Yeah, I get up. In fact, I'm gonna get up here in a minute. Yeah, we could do a save and see. Yeah, I'm always moving my legs. When I'm not streaming, even more so. I'm usually like slouched in this thing, laying down, or like usually on stream. Like right now, my legs are like bowed out. Sometimes I'll cross them. I'll recross them. Sometimes it's one arm here. Sometimes I'm just putting like my leg up on the fucking side. I'm not really flexible. If I was more flexible, I'd probably do more. But when I sit on my desk chair, I usually put my legs up on footrests and shit instead of just sitting there. But I am definitely more. Definitely don't move as much when I'm in my desk chair. There's not as much room to move. That's one of the good things about a recliner is especially one this big, is I can kind of move around on it a bit. I think the only thing that keeps me from doing it sometimes is the mic in my face. I need to stretch more just to get flexibility, though. I definitely don't stretch enough. I like to just think I'm not, like, gonna get a blood clot or some shit. And I need to exercise, but yeah. Yeah, so we can make a save, yeah. I mean... So how does that work? Do I need to just make a new one? I mean, it happens to healthy people too. So I mean, sometimes shit just happens, but a lot of the time blood clots and stuff I feel like are more genetic. Didn't that happen to In Control? He was extremely healthy and fit, and he just would get blood clots and then he died from it. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I went out that way too. But I don't know, so many people are sedentary nowadays, and how many people are really dying of blood clots? Like, statistically, it's probably not going to happen if you even kind of, like, pay attention to it. Gamer pains. Gamer risks of being a gamer. Yeah. If there's any gamer risks I worry about, it's my wrists. Just from the sheer amount of usage, but that's also a lot of people nowadays. An increased chance for it. I'm sure it's still a very, very extremely low chance, but as long as it doesn't keep you up at night. I mean, anything could happen. You could get hit by lightning, you get hit by a meteor, I mean, you could have a heart issue. Anything could be happening. But you can't be worried about all of them, right? Although that could be used as an excuse to not take care of yourself. Should exercise and stretch and shit. I need to do that. but there's some things you just, they're outside of your control. And it's like, at the end of the day, we're just kind of like, just because we can think and stuff and like be aware of things and, you know, be intelligent doesn't mean we're like exempt from some kind of like, you know, we're just, our nature is just living things, right? Shit's unfair, you can get fucked. I should become a standing desk god, man. I've noticed lately, because this is probably the worst fitness I've ever been in my life, because I've recently gained weight, that even just moving around for like an hour, my like side, like my back is like really tight. I wouldn't say it hurts, but it's like very uncomfortable. So if I stood all day, I'd be like, holy fuck. I could probably get used to it after a few weeks, but it would take me a bit because I'm pretty bad right now. I need to get back into being more fed, better on food and shit. Also don't drink enough water. I think I'd be worried about getting probably diabetes too. I drink a lot of sugary stuff. It's not non-stop, but I've got a pretty... I'm sure in the grand scheme of things, my diet's not horrible, but it's not great. I know it. I could definitely see myself getting it. I think the thing that affects me most daily, though, is acid reflux. My stomach's always been weak, bad acid reflux, and heartburn. That's always been an issue. Standing desk would be insane. It's probably the healthiest option, but I don't know. Also, just standing still all the time is not good. I mean, when I was working at my last job, I was always on my feet, but I was always moving, working different parts of my body. Just standing still for like 10 hours straight would be like rough, dude. Like, I gotta be like moving around. I don't think your body's made to just stand straight. Very little anything else. I'm just rambling. Yeah. I need. I count my calories and start doing some cardio and stretching, and I think that would be probably the minimum. Oh, the Furies are at home in the mirror. There you go.
There is not and in that are
I don't know how long it'll take me to get over there.
You hear it. It says... A mirror. Really? Or as you abort. You clearly have Behold, you have no idea who this thing is, do you? Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis. Please stop. You couldn't stop if you wanted to. It's neurologic. Oh my, what does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? You should check yourself. You find no sign of life on your swollen. It belongs in the new. Things were good. For Revachol. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust, some the click is used. You have some understanding. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume. It's too late.
The expression, man. The defeated expression. Yeah, it's very unlikely anybody's gonna get a blood clot in here. But it's good to be aware of it. Oh yeah, I did do that already. On the first night. Well after I got the shoe. It would definitely, at least that helps with world building and all that in terms of like figuring out why he still has a job. Like I said, I mean, it could just be that they're just that desperate, but for as bad as he is, he should be fired even in the most desperate situation, right? But because he was so good.
Hello, officer.
Kind of changes things, I guess. So how am I supposed to get this dialogue? I just have to go call the guy and then that's it? Okay.
If an assault were launched on this building right now,
hello,
you realize this is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. No, you won't.
Yes, well, it looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Then we should... It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interview? Okay. Have you removed the dead body from the tree? So...
This is the first...
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Check if we can load the previous games. I probably should.
We all feel, but first, we have to take it down. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have got... Yes. They're not just... I would ask you... You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. After you, officer.
Lieutenant
Alright, let's go get this one. Oh, we have to go the other way. What longer I am going to be able to do. Oh, absolutely. I don't mind. I appreciate you telling me. Yeah, this is easy to do.
Before you stands
And yeah, I guarantee I missed other
This
shit.
must be the infernal machine. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set
But
of steering
that can't be
a
helped.
radio microphone.
This
on a
is
hook,
easy. So.
Pull out toolbox. The frequency, the soft.
This is Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, precinct. Just a sec.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle.
10-4, what's your status? Over. 10-18, 10-20, over. State your message, sir. Over. 10-9, repeat message. Over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge.
He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think? It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller.
Dick Mullen is not. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He's asking you to stop. Says this is serious.
Of course it's serious.
Satellite Officer Dietmar concurs. Losing your badge is serious. Over.
Let me see, you lost the gun too? Yeah, that might be the case.
He said,
oh god.
Satellite Officer.
Mullen dicked us.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note
A
here that
blister?
you're in pursuit of your
I believe it.
misplaced badge. Over.
You're using a PS4 controller though, right? You're asking for a blister.
Fuck me. Matt, what's going on? Super Cop here. He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
He asks you to please stop.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it. 10-9, come again. I didn't get that.
New heights even for Captain Soap? Ask him.
Sergeant Orson wants to...
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't... Okay, it's gone.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering...
Even before you can get the words out.
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or...
Ask him to describe it. His gun.
Satellite Officer McLean requested...
Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun.
The plasma gun, dude.
He says it's just a regular gun.
Sounds like he's being deliberately vague. Detective Mullen has done it again. Oh, dear God, he lost his gun. Oh.
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants. Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he still got his wiener.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over.
Yes, I lost my wiener too. I left his mama's after I fucked her ass all night.
That's a negative.
What's he saying? Shit.
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got. Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking about. Tell him to apologize right now.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims you made about his mother. Over. Mac, he says you shouldn't have...
Who?
Satellite Officer V. I'm afraid he might be
Fireworker.
referring to himself.
Firewater? He's lost it. Fuck it. Tell him to find it.
Satellite Officer V. 10-4, affirmative.
Oh, God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. You're going to...
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12.
What?
He wants to verify.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen. Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over. 10.
You probably don't want to continue on this road.
No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning. 10-4.
Does he actually?
He asked if he...
For God's sake, God...
Sir, satellite... So, was there anything else? 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that. Sir, I will not have you...
What? What is it?
He seems intoxicated.
Mullen's drunk.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in it.
Understood, sir. Roger that. 10-10. Over.
18 kilometers to the south.
Okay, is this what we're looking for?
Precinct's relay booth. A small crowd has gathered around Communication Officer Jules Oldboy Pidier.
Oldboy
Around a dozen
Pidier.
cops. The small room is filled with cigarette smoke, a buzz with laughter when Officer Judith Minnow enters. Her left arm is in bandages and her hair trimmed short.
What is going on here? Did something happen?
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not good. He's lost his badge and his sidearm. He seemed confused, delirious even.
Okay, so you do have to report the gun.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking
The torso
his fist,
Torson.
laughing hoarsely and apparently telling some dirty story to his partner, Chester McLean, near the entrance.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright. Sounded fucking drunk to me.
Yeah, Mac's right. That was some gnarly shit there.
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is. He's a cop. He's one of us, goddamn this.
This guy's voice actor, dude.
We must help him.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink? Go jogging with him in the morning and get him on carrot juice? He's a lost man.
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. Those were his words. This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain, or anyone else. We'll give him a couple of days to put his shit together.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got our laughs. Now get back to work.
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage.
Interesting. That's another way they humanize him a bit more, right? Like there's a clear place he's fallen from. Because there's people who respect him and gave a shit about him, right? They definitely this scene, and then the bit where he finds his other, pretty much anything involving his career goes to great lengths to work on his believability, I guess, his relatability in a way. At cost to how just fucking insano he is, but I think it's good overall.
There they both are. Two like two baby croc. Go ahead.
Nice. That was good to see. I don't know if reading this book is important. I could go buy a book and just see. I like reading Discord. Should probably stop soon. Let me check some of these clothing bits here. Can I do these now again or something? I mean, these need to have like a reset other than just fucking upgrading your skills. I think upgrading your skills is like the silliest way to reset these. I like the idea of modifiers resetting them. And maybe like just another day.
Saving that economy.
Dumb shit like Half-Life.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
The thing is, I don't know if perception ever shows up in like a check, man. Let's check the deal again here. The thing is, most of those clothing items just kind of blow anyways.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by... Just relax. The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off the slides. All you need to do is bend the plastic on your knee. Slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Ticket stubs. Gonna be like his family or some shit. Whoa.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue. It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored. A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. You think, although that is not something.
Is that his daughter or something? I mean, he's like in his 40s, right?
Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please. A merciful wind blows in from the Bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet.
Or it was somebody he knew that died. Like maybe it was one of. It could have been like his girl way back in the day, and then she died, and he's like spiraling for a long time. Who knows? We'll see.
Let go.
Let go. Some of these shivers things are interesting when that's like the voice of the chick, though. That's only happened 3 times now.
Frisson covers your entire body, a feeling of cold, a persistent chill. Your hands shake, holding on to it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear.
Kim, maybe we should have read this somewhere else.
Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. A streetcar distancing. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
At least our guy was here. Really, he picked it up. Are we loading? Wait for it to just push me to the next day automatically. Oh, is this a bad ending or something?
There is nothing again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. And the small light that's
oh, that was the intro.
We
just got started.
Basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes. That's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to...
The call when you're dead, bruh.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. because it's always there.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing. Don't prod at it. It will start moving again. Bloated corpse of...
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape. Its lack of beauty was not the problem.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows.
So is there ways you
It's
can
all
open that
on
compartment up with like extremely low efficiency or whatever? Like, does it get some like other pluses at some point? Feels like one of those that it's so important that it would probably give you more free chances later on down the line. I just happened to put a point into it and had the gloves or whatever. But
yeah, man. What was that about?
the bow collector.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecule? No. Someone
Yeah, I don't know what it'd be. I mean, the other ones were like, you waited an extra day or something, right? Like, they could just have it be that, or you get another one each day just to reset it. Other than that, I don't even know what you could get. Maybe some kind of like Kim's help or something? Like, you could ask him something? Or is there like a tool? Maybe something you could bend it around? I don't know. But yeah. It's a little harder one to figure out. An easy one for him.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsurami's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a
I don't know
secondary
if I've
form
drinking
of
water in
hydration.
2 days. I mean, I've drinking a lot of shit, but probably should get some water.
Actually, beer and cider have loads of water in them.
A pint of good old H2O. I mean, I usually feel great after having a bunch of H2O. I should probably go grab my water bottle and suck some down. I thought about pouring a different drink. Maybe water's the call, man.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The
What are you
lieutenant
waiting
pays
for?
no heed to
my.
it.
I'm not going to drink water on principle now.
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to. 10 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses.
The Ledger of
Find it
Failure and
under the
Hatred.
Tools tab in your...
It's a tool. In what capacity?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see the words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand.
What are the stats I get for it? Can't they just tell me? Inland Empire goes up. Empathy goes up. Would it kill them to just actually tell me? Okay, here's the plan. One in the Empire, one empathy, -2 authority. Okay. So it's good for empathy checks and the extremely rare, maybe non-existent spirit decor checks. It's fine. The bow collector. -1 authority, -1 hand-eye coordination. Hell on earth. I feel like I should do this, right? Like the bow collector. Why does it say hell on earth? I feel like I should do these because they seem story related. Like they might reveal something for us. And I think it would be cool in a way if like you thinking about these helped him get past stuff. It would be kind of shitty if like you thought about them more and it just made it worse. I think it would be cute if that's how it worked, but we'll see. Once again, we're not going to get any skill ups. I don't know if I'll ever get any more skill ups in intelligence, and we're just rolling what we got. See my badge still. Wherever that is. Or I could try persuading her somehow. Yeah, check my checks. I don't know which dryer would work there. I think you'd use the first one. The second one's like the tool dryer. Maybe. Definitely seen Encyclopedia less just from having to drop like a single fucking point. Or maybe I've just hit most of the encyclopedia checked already from side content. Whoa. Got tired, dude.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road.
On Clinton Street, near the
Oh.
Boogie Street Diamond.
The Boogie
a
Street
small
Diamond.
truck rattles down an alleyway.
Good stream news? Yeah,
It
we're
stops
having a
by
long
rusted
stream of Disco
trash
Elysium right now.
container.
That's pretty good,
Two
huh?
men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container.
Although the stream's almost over for the day.
CSM is written on their backs.
Is this literally just us like getting a view on some trash men in like a different city that happen to work for the same company?
Thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. Yes? Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
Loses.
Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes, and the phone company is... Who told you that? Fine, yeah. If you do find out who cut the line... Yes?
Okay. Do we want to turn up the borscht, man? Maybe we should talk to them first. Maybe not. I feel like we want to turn it up, the drunk part. Like, it could get more violent, but I feel like they would reveal more. I don't think them being cool-headed is ever gonna end up well. In terms of getting information. We don't think we're really worried about her legal counsel as much as she wants to showboat. If she wants to defend some murderers, go for it. As long as it's within our dude's, like, jurisdiction to just ask him whatever, then whatever, I mean... Oh, after the inspection of the dead body? We're not quite there yet. We had some more clothes to buy right now. Problem is the fucking guy has a million checks that we can't even check again. I don't think. This is interfacing, so I could do that again. The knick-knack and punch clock payphone. Could try that again. Hanged Man legendary. Shivers legendary. Man from Helmdall series. Means I can't check it again. Isn't even a thing anymore. Joyce, Spirit Decor legendary. Okay, well, that'll be one to try. Conceptualization. The barbell. Pile of Eternite. Huh? Trash container. Pile of Eternite. Where the fuck are these? Is it like right here? I think it's actually these.
An inconspicuous pile of...
I only have a 28% chance. My current perception.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid palette, rhythmic pattern, calms you. No, there's more to this. Hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see. Especially the small ones.
Wanna like see what this is, but I don't know how we can check that again. Was there perception clothing? There might actually been. Let me go check. Surely not. No, there was +1 perception clothing, wasn't there? The frog glasses were? Maybe? I guess. Yeah, a lot of those in general I don't recognize. I mean, I could use booze on some of those checks too. Well, I don't know if that'll be bad in the long run. Well, we could try this one again.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body, but you Crack open the ammonia ampoule and
Thank
breathe
God.
in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your eyes squinting, you stand in it. It's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying flesh, tattoos, and tendons.
Yeah, sadly, most of the practical stuff is not intellect. Intellect's used, but you feel you get a research for getting your shit together? This one? That's interesting. Did I not already get it from the last one, or do you have to fail it twice? Huh. Is it good? Is it worth doing just for shits, or is that just a way to get you to do this again? Okay. It's like, I feel like there's a way they're gonna try to force you to be able to actually check the corpse, because it's the most, like, large first thing you'd ever want to really do. So if any of them are gonna be handhold, it would be this one.
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you. Out of place some. These are clearly not boots. They're armor.
Armor.
Possibly part of a larger set.
Is he walking around in a suit of armor? Or is it more of the mesh, like armor they were talking about earlier?
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous.
Like a soldier or something?
This is advanced stuff. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form. Ageless and synthetic.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to... For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
The chain, baby.
Not too much, yes.
Pathetic.
The lieutenant nods, wiping his finger on his sleeve.
That's for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel
the
for
hardware
the harbor company.
clearly didn't help.
This confirms my own assumptions. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
Of course. Of course.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. The pry bar in your hand is itching for some action.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps. If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like.
Right.
The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice the whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination: E50, 100, 1000.
Good. Can you read it to me?
Nice.
X5415 6745 67822.
Oh, let's lie.
Let's lie.
No, I don't need any drama.
We have a make and a number.
Professional.
That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The sabatons dangle
We'll
off
pull it
unannounced
off
decaying form,
once we've got the body
ageless
down.
and synthetic. The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos and extremities blotched pink and blue. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration?
I should really have my visual calculus cranked up right now. I didn't equip everything correctly. I'll jump back into this in a sec.
Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
Position at the time of death. Match the discoloration.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead.
Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging.
Alright.
You would still like the hypostasis marks in the neck to be a bit more pronounced.
Maybe it looks faint to you? It could be more pronounced, actually. Dûment noté. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
Yummy.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe. I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Alright, we'll finish with the body, and then I'll probably be done for the day. But I could definitely keep going, I'm not like super tired. But that way I could keep the game around the same time since it is a bit more story based. Not that anybody's keeping up, almost anybody, with 12 hours a day of a story game. But it'll just be a good stopping point. Whatever excuse I have. Write some notes and think about it and stuff too.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
I agree.
His personality is no longer a part of the world.
I think he's dead.
Totally dead.
Too heavy.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Totally. He's dead.
But there is no breath to catch.
Let's put on some visual calculus shit. Conceptualization. Spirit decor is probably fine too, just because, you know, he's talking while we're doing this. If you can ask the kid somehow to get him up there.
The man before
bring him
you
down.
is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. On his chest, a fading web of tattoos. The cargo
My
belt
chat
used
is
to tie him
eating
from the
messages
tree
again.
looks
I apologize,
reinforced.
guys. All I see is nah. Oh wait, no, here we go. You still haven't taken the body down? Yeah, I tried holding back from doing it as long as possible, but at this point I need ammo to use against some people. And while apparently you can beat this game without even checking the body, I would not want to miss a bunch of shit. Most of what we did was like, thank you, Ivy. I'm glad people enjoy it. Undeserving of the praise. Thank you very much. But yeah, I mean, technically, I guess you could never check the corpse, but I feel like it'd be a really big part of the game to miss. And we're starting to get into stuff where I feel like knowing about the corpse and the crime scene will give us more interesting dialogue. I'd hate to miss it all, so yeah. Day 2, we finally checked the corpse. I was purposely trying to do as much side shit as possible.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below.
No.
Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts
I'm
into
thinking of
his
that
neck.
guy from Jurassic
Above,
Park.
a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
I just have fun with it. I always enjoy in games seeing how much side shit I can do before main story. Especially these where side shit feeds into main stuff or world builds. See how well the game reacts to you doing that. This game's reacted pretty well. They mentioned that you've not been to the corpse. Things change a little bit. There's still plenty of stuff you can go do. There's still little main story type of things that happen. I mean, like I said, in the achievements, which I probably shouldn't even bother checking in the future, they say you can solve the case without checking the body ever, so. It's a nice detail. Or if not detail, allowance.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
Apparently a really good one, man. Solve a crime without needing to check the body. You're fucking ascended super cop. It'd probably be interesting. I'm guessing it's pretty much just charisma mode. I mean, let's be real though. In this case, without even checking, this seemed like it was the dock workers from Go. Now, unless there's a twist on it, then I mean, if it is just the dock workers, and it's more about the how and the politics behind it, like, I mean, you don't even need to check the corp. I guess it's more the proof, though.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
Couldn't you just chop the tree?
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You?
No. You feel like it was something else. But what?
That's how it looks, but
70% of the cases I get are just filling in the blanks on the initial report. This belt worries me.
I don't know. I don't know if this is the kind of detective game where they're going to try to throw you for a loop, like it's actually the lady or whatever who's going to maybe try to use this as ammo. There's a lot of political mumbo jumbo and, like they said, pissing contest going on. Or if it's more about a mundane killing that has larger implications. Right now that's how it looks, but I'm definitely not like leaning too hard into it. We don't know hardly anything about this guy. I don't know who he is.
I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated.
No. You feel like it was something else. But what?
The Inland Empire.
Yes, it often is. This belt worries me.
The belt. Inland's fun, yeah. I like when it chimes in. I like when all the intellect shit chimes in. It's interesting, and it's a good contrast to all of his insano shit. It's cool though when you get like logic and then Inland goes right behind it. Or something like logic or like drama, you know, anything that's more like rational countered with something that's more emotional. It's kind of fun having high points in both of those kinds of things. I'd love to put more points in all of them, but there's too many perks to get. And like, maybe I could buy, I guess I could get another conceptualization level soon, is what I'm planning on. A lot of checks for that, and it pops up on this stuff often. What was it about the belt? The local harbor. Thing is, it's so obviously them that it almost makes it feel like it's set up. But I mean, they might not give a fuck because of the political situation.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol and heartbreak.
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, it reminds me of religious illumination, last or penultimate century. Men who live harsh lives often turn to innocentic worship. But which one? I see no trace of a humanoid figure. I agree.
Whoa. Zipper.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Let him work.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
Base cam, ready for business, dude. This guy's a fucking professional.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
He only has 2. I feel like he shouldn't have said that, man. I'm surprised something didn't happen.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside.
Going fucking
the
deep.
Head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
Can I recheck this one? Let me go get some.
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench. Eyes like a shark.
Let me get some Inland Empire levels here. Also, I don't want him to freak out if I start going apeshit here. So I might have to do this one after hours. We'll see what happens. Either way, I want to explore the possibilities, even if I gotta reset, like reload. I don't have any other Inland Empire ones. Alright, we'll just go for the 83%.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white.
I'm gone. Into the wild pale yonder. In the past, way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer. Go ahead. Cop, what do you mean? It's the power of your imagination.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
He loves those. Because you're a copperoony.
Copperoony.
Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Give me a comical amount of questions.
Right up, copperoony Rooney. This fuck no. You're no Rooney. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. You might be onto something there, because you have loved it, me and Provocopo. It was love all along. Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this? Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands. The cold spring air smoothing them over.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once it's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on...
Of course. You have questions. Do I remind you of some?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
You sure wriggled out of that one? Coppellini.
Wriggle out of that one.
Do I remind...
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculous.
Sure I do. You just don't want to admit it.
Is there anything else?
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible.
As you narrow, this is a trick. You've only the lower extremities are pink.
I see it.
The monster.
So, what do you think?
But there is no breath to catch.
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he
Well,
thought.
I think we gathered that.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
Eyes. Crap at my eyes just now.
Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees. Someone else? You mean like the police? Sadly, yes. The whole RCM is out there right now, doing the exact same thing we are. Are we in a rush to help them? I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case.
I would really prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Yeah! Bang bang time!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hit...
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
Let me try.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops
Beast
a paper
mode,
cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle loader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world.
Got a fucking paper loader, dude. Paper cartridge. It's like a fucking like a fucking he says it is a muzzle loader.
He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised.
Was he just distracted by the kids or something?
Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano Cloud.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have one gun!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani poika! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand
I
supporting
don't think
your
our guy has
arm.
any skills at shooting.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Point the gunner. It's so funny. 8%, man. Yeah, that's some XCOM numbers, dude.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves. The slow movement of the branch in the wind.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
Can we try again later?
I agree. Enough gunslinging for today. We need to go to the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools, and they have men.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin, as you narrow your eye, this is a trick. Only the...
I see it.
The
Well,
monster...
it does not let us try it.
But there is no breath.
Earlier we just shot it down, man. I need hand-eye coordination. Which I have almost none of. Where does that leave us? You can make the shot easier on yourself, but it's still a fucking rough shot. I don't know if any of these help with hand-eye coordination. We could just get the body down later. After I get some levels or something. I mean, I could save scum it, but...
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. The lips of the corpse are...
Who is he? He is male, 40 to 50, with an...
This was before all that, too. Need to save after that. I'd like to just make sure that's marked on the list. In case there's some extra dialogue or something. Failed to 83%. 17% chance to fail, man. Maybe I should take the shot, dude. I think it had like a, what did it have? A 13 or 17% chance to hit? Wish the loading time was so long. It makes retrying these just to see different dialogue and fuck around. It's so much more annoying. Not to mention the chance of crashing. We've already crashed once. Also, I plan on getting off soon, but I end up spending probably more time than some of this dialogue and loading screens.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of... The lips of the corpse...
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, man. It saved after talking to him. With Linland Empire. It's not like it's gonna take forever to go back through the dialogue. It's this fucking chance, man. It's 10 hours of loading.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of... The man before you is naked, but for a pair of
I'm gone. In the past. I'm a joke. Look at me. Go ahead. What do you mean? Ask me more. Because coming right up. Because you have. Fuck no. Between you and me, you might be onto something there. Love did me in, Provocopo. Surely, looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes.
Something is on its way. Something hidden.
Do I
a child born with...
You sure we got out of that one? Coppellini. Come back later, Coppo.
Okay. I'd like to see if we can actually do the shot. That'd be interesting. So it'd be fun to like just kind of go in and have a lot of ammo to use against the big man.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material.
Problem is, intellect doesn't help you on like almost any practical checks, man. Is a perception check. Which can sometimes, like, it's fun getting all the dialogue and stuff. That's like a constant enjoyment thing. But, your big moments that you want to check out on some of these white checks are practical stuff. Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense. You gotta have a reason for those skills to exist, but a lot of them I just can't do, or I have to get, like, really lucky. I think this was like half-lights.
That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy.
I could probably get something good from these if I ever could recheck them again.
The shine on these sunglasses.
They're just like locked forever.
Officer. 100% sporty and practical, officer. Good choice.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless.
And coordination.
The sneakers triumph over them.
But it's $50. I need to pay to fucking live like every day, so I don't know when you could fucking check this guy's shit again. Like, do I really have to upgrade specifically just to fucking buy some clothes?
Shine on these sunglasses lasts.
I mean, I plan on doing conceptualization again anyways, but I don't have the points right now. Perception of the hat. That worked. Didn't realize it was a hat. Once we got around on the number on the victim's armor.
Yes? What about me? Good. Let's change the subject. What do you want to know? Good.
Still have the pissing contest thing to talk about. After the initial inspection. That probably means we have to go attempt the drop the thing or whatever. Oh my god, the battery's dying. Definitely need to get off for the day. Trying to get annoyed with shit. What was I gonna check? There's always something I want to like do in this. Oh, that looked fucking crazy. Oh yeah, we're gonna run the numbers here. I guess not really the numbers, but
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and as you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled.
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
This is Precinct 57. Sir, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they have dug up something.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isoleri law enforcement service. The crown jewel in the moral intern.
57, over and...
In the cabin, you see a set.
I could ask her how she's doing on it, but it's been 2 seconds, so probably not going to be very well. Victim's tattoos. Ask around about the tattoo's possible meaning. I could think of one person who might know about the tats. A very big man. recognize this guy too.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Your race descent has temporarily halted, but you will fall again. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last.
The last.
In addition, these so-called hardy boys are
That sure
an
that's so funny, man.
bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually.
It's a mix of the dialogue and his voice acting just being really choice.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is usually more himself. Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a possibly sexually perverted female vagrant and a narcotics peddler. It's shameful. Find out for yourself. Endomorphic blob.
Endomorphic blob.
Interesting. He does not so much as glance at the object. Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it. He had nothing to do with it. Racists are generally not very good. The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. Correct.
Correct. Not the, not the tattoos we're looking for, I guess. Can I get a quick level? This is like the only time we'd even want hand-eye coordination. Just we had some more clothes to get. Because I want to buy more perks, man. With my levels more than anything. If they're interesting. Thing is, they don't really like give much. Some of them give actual skills, but not as much as you'd like. Like caps are raised. Who cares, dude? I mean, this one's cute. Yeah, your cap on this goes super high, man. But it still requires that many levels to upgrade, so it's like, what's the point? And I think you could take your caps higher gear, so it's like, I don't even get the point. I mean, I've definitely got more levels lately, but it's still like pretty fucking light. That's the kid. I think talking to Kino is just gonna be bad, man. So we could do the borscht. The doomed commercial area. Who made the call? Secret passage. lot of to-dos, man.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to... Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Got some XP for it, dude. Worth it.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? Oh, hi.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, I'm joking. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been making headway. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out.
The man taps his fingers.
Alright. I don't know if there's a check for that one. These are worth checking,
see a set
apparently.
of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case related, you think. Hard to say.
$83, man, but I don't trust it, so I'm gonna put on some more shit. Maybe this is like Revolution shit.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber.
Alright.
Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria man. The driver proceeded to back
I
out
remember
of
him
the
talking about that.
barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building, before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went. If
Why
you find
not?
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage friendly city.
Visual calculus is cool. Once you actually get some assets, they actually put some shit on the screen.
Somehow that makes you feel scared.
It also feels fitting that, like I've said earlier, that having him be actually competent in some ways, when he's like 90% of the time totally fucked. That, along with the stuff you learn about his past and, you know, his career, seeing those moments where he's like actually good at his job is good. And I guess if you went all physical, like, you could still get some of that. He could just be like a brute force kind of guy, but this shit feels, I don't know, more fitting. I suppose. Where exactly do the tracks go, man? Go to the canal.
A crumpled billboard reading,
Oh.
Samaran butter soaks in the canal.
You can do
Too
this.
ugly. Whatever it is, the boy on
This
the
might have something to do with the
seems
car.
very happy about it. Goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows. And the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste.
Ominous daredevil feeling.
Just some tasteless advertising at the bottom of a canal. No use rubbernecking now.
Really? Oh, I'm reloading that. 3%, dude. 3% chance to fail. I'm not accepting that. They can fuck off. And get all these fucking optimizations, dude. Yeah, it's like because of the 1-1. It's like all these optimizations and shit. It's like I'm not taking the fucking 97%. I'd like to see the dialogue more than I'd want to retain my 3% loss. Because there's a very real chance I never put a point in a visual calculus again. Yeah, exactly. Red checks for sure. Like, it's fun, stuff happens. I need to make sure I'm always allowing those to happen. There's some that I'm just so interested in what the success is that I don't really mess with the fail, but I think that's just habit. I should probably fight that. But yeah, the white ones, it's like, Jesus, dude. It's like literally just there trying to get a, like, either get it or you don't, right? So I feel like the white one should go to 100%. We gotta check this first.
You see a set of tire tracks in the browns. No. These tracks.
Oh my god, and then I keep fucking failing every 2 seconds after that. Yeah. I should have shot. I probably will go back and try and shoot. I just wanted to see if there was some loot I was missing. If I fail it again, then that's fine. Yeah, I would have fucking made it. I'll try it again. I just want to do some side stuff first. Sorta. To see if maybe I could get like one hand-eye coordination thing. I just wonder if there's a way for Kitsuragi to hit, or if I always have to. Maybe you can like distract the kids or something.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slip. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles and then accelerated straight. The driver proceeded before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
You are correct.
Somehow that makes you...
I'm not sure.
You could follow.
Like, I appreciate it on the bottom end. There's technically always a chance you can succeed, right? But on the top end, there's always a chance you can fail. It's kind of like, when you have white check. At the end of the day, I'm not really butthurt about the white checks thing. Like, some stuff we're just not gonna be able to do. I'm gonna like do what I can, but I definitely think they should probably be the more forgiving ones of the two. And there should be more red ones than white ones. There's just not enough leveling up you can do, right? Not to mention, they're really, a lot of them are just the same thing. Like, I feel like a third of them are physical instrument. Apparently a lot of them are like composure and interfacing. And then conceptualization. Which, I have high conceptualization levels, and a lot of these are still almost undoable. Which is fun if they want you to get more, like, bonuses. And then, I mean, that's one of the cool things about it, is you do go explore and you get new bonuses and shit. But I think on these fringe cases like this, where it's like pretty much 100% chance, where there's gonna be no extra bonuses without you leveling up, I do wish they kind of just didn't have a chance to fail.
crumpled billboard reading Samaran butter, so what goat milk. It's an acquired taste.
Like this is max chance, yeah.
Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle.
Jesus, they drove on top of the fucking guy's fucking building.
These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags. Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
Does it look like a cop car? It's probably like our guy's car.
The black marks
I guess it could be anything. They all,
indicate that
cars
the
probably
vehicle
all, a lot of them look the same.
from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently, within the past 72 hours.
Oh god. Are they trying to say this was our guy doing this shit?
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
The model.
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22. It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage.
Well, this is visual calculus, but I feel like this leans heavily in encyclopedic knowledge. Which the practical uses of encyclopedic shit is like even less. It's pretty much just for flavor dialogue.
The Caprice 40 is a very popular model.
Oh, here he
with
pops
bank
up.
clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers.
So I guess they go hand in
strippers
hand,
dressed
sort
as
of.
cops, undressed strippers.
But the visual calculus part was way more important, right?
Very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most, the Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long. You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
Any theories about what happened here?
Some top shelf shenanigans.
What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh.
Someone really cool and outrageous.
We are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
Jacob Ernone.
Somewhere in the depths of your alcohol-addled soul, you find a few threads that you can weave into a story.
It's clearly our guy. I mean, surely it's our guy who did it. How did he even get here? Like, where's this car? We're gonna go over there and like find it.
The tip-top tourney champion?
The lieutenant patiently listens to the words coming from your mouth.
Jumping canals at night? If I was Jacob Irv, I wouldn't drive in Martinez. The roads are awful. In conclusion, it's a colorful theory, but I don't believe Jacob Irv did this. Should we go? If we must.
I'm not expecting him to get far with this, the lieutenant consoles himself.
It's gotta be him too. Find the traffic hooligan. We'll see. Maybe it is Jacob, man. Like they would have mentioned that the cop car was
The crumpled salmon and butter billboard still soaks in the canal, marked by tire tracks.
It's like, is everything in this town that's going wrong just gonna link back to him? I feel like this is gonna like I feel like this is gonna like lead into him being the fucking one again, but maybe it's not.
The lieutenant.
We're not gonna find out till tomorrow, but victim's tats, rest the armor. You know, let's do the Borscht to get a level up. And then what am I gonna spend the level on? Like a perk? Or do I want to get like hand-eye coordination? I mean, I do want to get some perk. Alright. White Morning. Like, I really want to see these for story. But they have, who knows if any practical usage. And they take forever, so you want to get them earlier than later. This is probably perception. I don't know. I might just let the shot, I'll just fuck it. Or I'll save scum it. I'm considering save scumming it. I just want to see what it's like to put to have like a lot of power when you're going in to talk to the fat man, since we already saw it. What it looked like without. I feel like it's kind of worth see what's going on. Wait, what did she say here? Titus, you were told to what? Is it keep a low profile?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you. The man says, I'm pretty sure he asked. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool.
Boss need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka.
Vodka, boy!
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a paladin.
Jesus. Thank you very much, man. Well, here's a few more months of FF as prescribed from the doctor. That'll be good. I planned on re-upping anyways, just to do shit with people. DDS. Yeah, I've already been playing it way longer than I usually do, but more people are playing it right now. Fresh expansion, and I've had the leveling itch, so that'll be cool. I'll make sure that goes towards it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, man. Very generous. Turn in the vodka.
He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the
This is elegy right now. Pouring the vodka in, dude. Yeah. That was gonna be my main reason, is to do shit with people. As a lot of you guys get closer, there's more farming and other activities to do, so wouldn't want to miss out on it. Usually it's just me and Rip, or there's only so much me and him can farm. Or do in general, right? Not about farming, but it'll be good. I'm sure the next patch is coming out soon too.
He smiles and nods enthusiastically,
Yeah,
and, chattering away in his language, ladles some brew into a small thermal cup, then hands it to you.
Thanks, buddy.
The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
Oh, no problem. Yep, it's treating me great. I'm enjoying it. I'm done for the day, though. 13 hours on now, so I think that was going to be it. I want to level up hand-eye coordination and make the shot. Wait a minute. Thank you again, dude. Very kind. I want to unlock a perk. Our thought cabinet. But there's a lot of thoughts too, jeez. Homosexual. Right. I'm sure a lot of these are exclusive. What do you guys think? What do my disco people think, man? Do I take the shot? Do I gotta upgrade my hand-eye coordination? Thing is, I don't think one hand-eye coordination is gonna really be that big a deal. It'd be more a question of, should I just save scum the fucking thing and then just buy a perk? I could buy conceptualization though, so that I can rebuy or retry the max decks at this rate, dude. True. Restart the whole thing, easy man. Just gonna see who's coming. Trying to hold off on any saves coming after this. Unless there's something to do over here though. There might be some clothing or something I can get.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
42% perception. They're pretty good odds, man. I mean, they're not great, but they're good enough.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're two. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Oh.
What is this then? A tool shed?
I just want to see this shit either way, right? I'd much rather see this than retain any kind of integrity. I don't even know if there's like multiple ways to get through this one. Some of the white checks, it's whatever, right? There's alternate ways to do them, but I'm very curious here. The gunshot one, though, that one's a red one, so I feel like I could just say fuck it. Or it's not red. I don't know what would happen if I missed it. Probably wouldn't go well. Might just try it just to see what it's like and then back out after I see it for fun. I don't know, that's one of the good things about save scumming is you get to see a lot of these without needing to do like a second play. It's kind of fun.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine.
Amphetamine.
The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Really? There really that many ways into the harbor? That would explain all of those extra areas. Although this might play more into the story, where the other path. Well, this might just be another way in. But this might have also explained possibly how they got to and from. There might be more to it. There's also all the areas I think this might lead to that we saw from the outside. Seeing content. I like seeing content. Hey, a postcard too. I don't know how we get up to there. Must be able to open one of the windows in that lady's area at some point. Can I go backwards from here? I mean, I could just walk out. I have the key card. Not a big deal. Let us stand here. Just get a few objects and that's it. Or is it just supposed to prove that they could walk up through here if they wanted?
Yes?
I think it's more maybe just proving that. Can't even actually take this all the way. I don't think anyways. That was neat. Didn't amount to a whole lot, but we can sell the postcard. I feel like the books are gonna just give you thoughts though, which thoughts require time, they require perk levels. Can't believe it costs like forget a perk too. Instead of just taking like, you know, the entire length of time again. I feel like should be the big problem. Maybe they think you could just sit on the bench and wait your time out or something, so you could like really scum it if you had like all the thoughts. But I mean, Jesus. And you're gonna be spending 20 real a day every 2 seconds just to scum a check. That'd be a level of scum check. Like, at that point, you just deserve it. Like, I feel like acquiring an actual perk slot to, like, remove it's kind of not a big deal, but it's also kind of like, I don't know why it's really there. Trash container. Legendary. Cargo container door, yeah, I'm familiar on that one. A legendary barbell. Some of these I feel like I should just check because you might get another chance the next day. But oh, the trash container is the one like right over here. I see. Don't need to do it. I wish they would take ones off the list you just don't need to do anymore. We might be able to do this, the Spirit Decor one. Can't do this one again. Not yet. The box of sunglasses. Not until... And we could do these, the knick-knack and punch clock. Right. Shivers Legendary. Wasn't there Shivers clothing this guy actually owned, or was that Half-Light? He actually had Shivers clothing. Although I feel like the big thing that's going to help us on her is not Shivers clothing, but
Keep coming back. That's good, officer.
Half-Light.
Keep browsing those.
Jesus. What they're gonna do? Make the shot. If there's a way to get the kids out of here, the kids to shut up. We could explore the dialogue here. I don't think there's a lot of good ways to do it. So many Half-Life related things. It just seems like a trap. It'd be quicker to knock this down than talk to the kid, but knocking, or maybe talking to the kid would help with knocking it down. Worth a shot.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing.
Oh, yeah!
talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous, you should hang out with this kid.
Yeah, Kuno, ride the lightning.
Kuno's riding.
The rake, Kuno. You should throw the rake.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces. You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
No reasoning.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of here.
Like, these kids are not, it's not gonna work out, man. I just wonder if there's like a path to actually talk to these kids and succeed, or if it's all just a trap. Maybe other ways to find out about the armor. Should go talk to the pawnbroker guy first. We'll just avoid the kids. It's easy to go to the kids, they're right there, but it's like, it's a way to call. Talk to this guy. I'm curious how pissed he's gonna be then.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul. If he's got principles.
I found your guard booth.
Yes. The Debardiers Union pays me to stand. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight. Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's...
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabinier's pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off.
Honor and PTSD.
The corrected Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Proudly hold out the Atari bag, dude. I do have the bag. We need a program. Get all the elderly back in the job market. Keep folks motivated. All of these are just extreme. Rent out his services. Invest the profit. Get a few more guys. Expand and repeat. Almost none of these things are gonna really happen. They're just straight to be silly as hell. I love it. They're so over the top how he says them too. I was getting a kick out of it.
Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong with that. I do it too. Everyone does it.
Everyone does
It's
it.
an excellent side thing.
Yes, yes, yes. Can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now?
He is not going to become an entrepreneur.
She is nobody. This is none of your concern. And I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCA.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu. And
He
she
brings
sure
it up.
as hell wasn't a nobody.
So I like how we didn't say that we took the picture, which I do fucking have the picture. Instead he just saw it.
Yes, yes. Like I said, I would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
No Renee's job situation. You admit you stole it, you don't get to sell it, that's why you invest in logic. Yeah. So we have a bit of composure, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Officer! Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman in all of Revachol. Maybe the entire world.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston. Let her rest in peace.
We knew her, all right. Lived on the same street our entire lives, just 2 houses apart. The 3 of us have been best friends since we were 4. She was René's first girl, back when the prick was 16.
The prick
They were
was 16.
courting till he decided he'd rather die for some great ideal than just be happy.
And then you stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you spilled over her pretty yellow dress.
We were just boys then. This was different. You... No point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time. Especially when we have company. Officer.
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. It was a quiet passage, peaceful. René and I were both by her bedside when she...
died. No use sugarcoating it. Won't bring her back, will it now?
Departed. Until the very end she couldn't decide between us. The most indecisive woman I've ever met. She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite color, or which one of us to marry. She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married.
Okay. I was like, she should have just married you both, but... That's a bit odd.
Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and pastries.
He suddenly remembers you are still there. Falls silent and turns away.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. Sweet, sweet Jenny.
Sweet, sweet
Ask
Jenny.
away, officer. I knew her all my life. Of course, officer.
Officer.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles.
The principles, of course. So I can bring it up with him now, too.
The purity of snow. Oh, there's nothing for you to understand here. It is not heard if you are investigating. Revachol Fair 91 in the Faubourg district. A parade was held to honor Guillaume Le Lion's name day, and the Carabineers marched in the place of honor. This was the happiest day of my life. I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira operation in the south, and found my sweetheart in the arms of this wretch.
The Ikea operation was a 7-year campaign, during which
Like I like
she
Encyclopedia
surrendered
where it
Guillaume's
is,
home,
because it's not like every
in
single
the southeastern part
conversation.
of La Petite Continent.
I also feel like we've
collectively
just
known as
hit,
the Ikea
with all the
tribes,
side content,
under
most of
the
your Encyclopedia stuff really. Might just be a lot of world building stuff in it.
I won her back, but while I was dealing with some issues.
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you hurt her.
Dark cloud. That sounds...
Those days and memories are gone.
The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face, there's an odd look in his eyes.
There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not heard if you are investigating.
Unusual.
His face is motionless, like a marble mask. He doesn't comment.
We don't have really godly composure, man. I can barely squeeze even a single like extra out of myself. I'm gonna have to save it. The thing is, I don't know if there's gonna be many situations where I can like add another point on, right? So I feel like I don't wanna sacrifice my only chance. And if I was gonna ever scum something like that, I'd want to make sure it was my last route, kind of thing. What is this? Oh, nice. Gotta low down. Joyce's info. I haven't found a new tool for the chests either, man. I could try conceptualizing here, but unlikely it's gonna work. This is also a red check, so this is probably the perfect one to...
Hello again, officers.
Okay, it's
Have you come
failing.
to admire my mural?
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait. no. It's great.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, piggo. You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up.
Thanks,
Just
Cindy.
try not to hurt yourself. And no self-portraits. Oh, but I'm all out of fuel oil.
Fuel? That wasn't paint. It was heavy fuel oil, marked red for use by government vehicles.
What do you think I was using? Aquarels?
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. Are you kidding me? Fuel oil is so much cooler. No way
take his
of
fuel
disfiguring
oil.
that beautiful wall with something as pedestrian as ordinary paint.
My fuel oil is for my kinema. Use your own fuel if you are unable to contain your artistic impulses, but please, leave my kinema out of it.
Can I do it after hours, man? Like, she's just so fucking. She's just so pathetic. She just go ahead and just fucking gives him the brush. So you can sell these too, huh? Yeah, I need to make sure I never sell anything but postcards, apparently. I kind of wish they would let you know that. I didn't sell much except the gun. After I already got dialogue out of it. And,
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of
the
the
pen,
man,
which probably isn't a huge deal.
from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration
cock.
is highest around his heart. The pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel. Gone.
Photo talk to him.
For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
History. And she knows about history. Motorhead or whatever knows, I guess, about history. We could try the police thing here. Oh, that adds in that empire, I forgot. What else does it add? I wish it just said, dude. Fucking hell. Empathy. You lose authority. There was a third thing. Just the Inland Empire, empathy, then you lose authority, that's it. I think those three things might have been everything. That's not gonna help us too much then. Spirit decor. Oh, I don't have actually that many more. Find government marked heavy fuel oil and return to the wall. Maybe I'll do this the next day. Our guy's car might be out there.
You're back. Good. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the Bat's Day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with. I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol.
Suggestion.
Of course. The situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about more lessons in basic reality. My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
RCM can access the ICP database. Oh. The Jamavu thought complete.
What is all of this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water.
What do you see?
Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it. In the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium. It does. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
Finishing some of these thoughts just fucking instantly makes you able to do some of these white checks too, man. You just gotta accept that shit can happen, I guess.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations
Not a
have been
sphere.
launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
I think those sardines are killing.
ORG.
Along with everything else I said today.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona. Yes.
Corona.
Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
Ash, what the fuck's wrong with this world?
A cold fear seeps into you.
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness.
Stomach.
I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Well, like this
cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. Remember, we have a cadaver to attend to.
Reality.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a very sensitive and impressionable police officer who is still recovering from a recent medical episode.
The Lieutenant's right. Let's change topics.
Without Kim.
What do you want to know? Anything.
We need to ditch Kim tomorrow, dude. Just how supernatural is there? Like, I mean, so far it's been a very, like, reflect in our world type of thing, but talking about some of these, like, pictures of the world and the Pale and getting into that more, there seems to be a bit more, I would say supernatural, but a bit more going on than just real world with some name changes, right? Possibly, it's interesting.
This is not going to happen with the lieutenant present, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Oh, Kim trusts me, not.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Suggestion. I mean, I could just do it later, but could also just do it now.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Oh, this is volition, not suggestion. Suggestion was the other one.
Glad to have been of assistance. I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken...
Feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible. Trust me, officer, I am fully committed to resolving this impasse.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above.
Officer. You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superior. The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Kim?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to be her henchmen. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
Possible.
I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all.
Oof. My stomach, man. I'm actually just gonna load this, and we'll continue tomorrow. I don't go through the whole conversation right now. We'll do some other checks on her. I'm gonna get off for now. I need to hit the can, so. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Sorry to kind of cut it there in a weird spot. But we return tomorrow. I mess with some side stuff. We'll try to probably knock out a few more of her little checks. Probably try to get Kim to move away. Stuff like that. I'm curious if we ever find the badge. I don't know if we just have to do one of the things for one of them or what. If we can explore enough stuff that we don't need to. I'd like to do the ice chest ship. Oh, my stomach's settling down, but I'm gonna get off anyways. I want to talk about the Pale and all that. Probably should run around and talk to everybody. Probably go talk to people we've talked to before about tattoos. On Wednesday, we're going to be able to go explore new areas, so that'll open shit up, so should be plenty to do without having to dedicate too hard into one thing. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom. My stomach is dying. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you very much for watching. I don't have time to really find somebody to